Hello? Dad? How we doing? What's going on? It is a Friday, my dudes. We've made it. Kind of. In one more hour on the east coast of the US, it will be like the end of the work week, officially speaking. And we are just getting started with today's stream. Yesterday we started at 28% of the way through 98. And after 4 hours, we made it to to 66%. And that is including the XP we lost from the one death that we had yesterday, which we did have an omen, thankfully, so we only lost 2.5%. But we did still lose that, unfortunately. So really we gained what, 40% of the level in 4 hours, which is kind of not bad, I'd say. And yeah, hopefully we can maintain a similar rate today minus the death, and make it a level 99 and see how we're see how far into level 99 we can get with our Heavy Strike Chieftain. So that said, we had 10 maps left that were rolled. I have 10 scarabs in there, and I have how much chaos laying around? 391. It's been bothering me for a couple days, but that's getting substantially lower than it was. So we are going to trade in a couple divines for chaos, which divines have gone back up surprisingly. Interesting. So we'll do 4 at 150. 100, yeah, you can fit 600 chaos into a tab easily. We'll head over to the mines to reset our trade UI or API or whatever they call it these days. And we'll give it like a minute or so. See if we get messaged. I'd certainly get messaged faster if I went for like 145, but we're more likely to get real players buying our stuff rather than bots if we price it a little higher. So that just feels better. Alright, is good enough. We'll, even if we're in the middle of a breach, we'll just hop out when someone whispers. Tropical Island. So I am still very firmly on my wandering path hate train, because there's so many things I could be doing if I didn't have wandering path. Like, I would actually really like to have fast breach on, or a flash breach. That would make my life a lot it would make farming, particularly in waste pool, quite a bit easier and faster, I think. Because then we could have our breaches and still get through them kind of quick. We won't have to sit around quite as long, waiting for stuff to spawn in. And problem is, it won't sustain like that if we don't use Wandering Path. I feel very sad that Wandering Path is basically mandatory to keep that from being a problem. Because I personally think Wandering Path is like the most boring thing ever, when there's so many interesting notables on the atmosphere. It's super useful, don't get me wrong. Guaranteed delirium, well, almost guaranteed delirium and breaches and stuff. Super nice, not gonna lie. But also super boring. Because of how interesting some of the other available mods are. But we're only doing this till level 100, and then we'll just not ever do that again. And we won't have to worry about it. Give me the breach. A large explosion. Please no. We're not starting this day off like this. I don't care how many grabby hands there are. We're not dying today. Oh yeah, I did change up the atlas a little bit because I took the nodes that make the Eldridge packs and the Exarch, like way thicker, like 40% more pack size or something for Exarch packs. So we're trying that out, seeing how it goes. And what I can tell already, it's pretty solid extra density. What do I do with that? So we'll probably leave it. I ended up taking out some of the reward passes from Delirium, like the ones that make it generate extra. Hopefully that doesn't cut into our Delirium Orb drop rate. Probably will, but I mean, we've been getting so many, it's absurd, so like, I'm not gonna be too heartbroken if I get a couple less. Oh, please no, dude. What did I say? What was this? Area damage, AoE, and power charges, so it was crit again. That was what got me yesterday, actually. Did he even have power charges? Oh, it's 2 blood progenitors. And it dropped all the Delirium rewards right there. It's awkward. Well, on the plus side, there was so many enemies there that we actually gained like 4% that map. Not 4. Oh, yeah, we gained like 1.5, I guess, because we lost 2.5 and we're 1% down. And now I have to go spend another fucking, or I have to go buy another damn moment. What a shame. Okay, now we're not dying again today. I was hoping to get away with not selling more things for the rest of the league. Alright, bots. So it looks like when I start throwing maps into the map device, we're just gonna have to pay a little more attention, make sure it's not monster damage plus anything else remotely scary. Alright, no more omens for us. We don't need them. Honestly, I was really kind of concerned when I was picking Tropical Island because it's easy to accidentally walk up to the boss like that. I was kind of worried that that might cause us problems, but the rest of this map is so well laid out for us that I'm kind of unwilling to change off of it, you know? We'll just have to be more careful about that. I got greedy that map, to to try and get the pack that's around him, because there's a lot of blues there often. So it's tempting, I want it, but also getting overhead slammed by the boss is really, really bad. Which is exactly what happened, unfortunately. Okay, bye. I didn't get the hand or the pack. That's unfortunate. Hello? Tier 16 Atolls. Another one. Tier 14 mazes. Okay, bye. Not dealing with that. I learned my lesson. Sustain them.
They are watching you from beyond this world. Can you feel them?
Oh shit. Couldn't find the lever. I had loot off. That was a pretty depressing breach, not gonna lie. Honestly, I may try and change maps to City Square and Park. It won't really work with Wandering Path right away. Like we'll probably struggle for sustain pretty early on, but if we get a couple drops of it, then we should be able to sustain out of that. Frozen Cabins definitely is not it, dude. And I went wasted too much time. Somehow we're still at Delirium level 6. Better than I anticipated. Yeah, we're still getting orbs, plenty. I think we're 2 for 2 on Delirium's dropping orbs today. Alright, 2 maps. We're gonna do all City Square and 2 parks, because I was reading about Wandering Path and I heard that it's good to do like all of one, with the exception of like 1 or 2 slots. So we'll try that out and see how it goes. Hopefully we sustain a little bit, or we pick up a couple copies in these couple maps. Can change accuracy rating in the main. Joke's on you, I don't suppress anyways, so that doesn't matter. So glad I can face tank that. Those totems have caused me so much trouble over the years, I guess, since they've existed. Okay, look at that. Need to be Giz. I will also say, I don't think I've ever died to the boss of City Square. On this character, that is. The breaches in both Park and City Square will be guaranteed like 10 times juicier than Frozen Cabins and Waste Pools. Probably even better than Jungle Valley in most scenarios. Just because it's like perfectly wide open. Not a lot of walls to block line of sight or anything like that. That was a leveling? I died in my first map. That's how it's going. But thankfully we've done like 3 or 4 maps now, so you know. Still haven't died again, so that's an improvement. Where the hell did I get a tier 6 waste pool? And we're changing maps from the couple that we've been doing to City Square and Park. Because breaches in this map just don't feel good. And they don't feel good in frozen cabins either. At this point, Jungle Valley is the only one that I'm like actually enjoying, so I think Park will be better. Or City Square will be better, because I'm stuck as hell. City Square will be better because we put that as like 10 of our maps, and then Park is the other one just because it's adjacent and also tolerable. Dare I say enjoyable. Also that boss is less likely to one-shot me like the Jungle Valley boss did. But it was my fault. That death was entirely my fault because I didn't realize the map had flat percent monster damage along with power charges. So I think I just got critted to oblivion is what happened. A big slam from the boss. But 6 divines later we replaced the omen. And we're actually back above where I started, so not too bad. How are you doing today, Mr. Daggum? Feeling a little better? Better than yesterday? Hell yeah. Still a little rough? Gotcha. Understandable. Ah yes, it's just what we needed. My favorite. Reach. Okay, that's enough of that place. I think once we finish PS5 maps, I'll probably just run whatever Jungle Valleys I have. And then run through whatever city squares and parks I have after that. And then hopefully we sustain. Like I'll use cartography scarabs and everything to try and get ourselves a nice little nest egg of maps built up. Hello. Is there another breach up here? Which is probably still a ways from the boss. There's another breach. Nice. I'll probably clear this breach and then leave. Oh, there's another breach. Okay. Clear that breach and then leave. Oh, that's the boss. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. But I think we'll be okay because there's no delirium here right now, so I'm not going to get grabbed by grabby hands. I think that was the other problem. I couldn't move to get out of the way. Okay, bye. We're back to positive for the day. Thank God. The more I think about it, the more I really wish I could put in Flash Breach. Still have a hope and prayer of sustaining maps. But I don't think it's gonna happen. That was risky, but it worked out. Dude, I hate Wandering Path. The longer I have it in, the more annoyed I get with it. Honestly, genuinely considering making like a 10-minute long video of just me talking shit about Wandering Path. I hate it. It's so boring. Like, it's cool that it exists, I guess, but I hate that it's so... I don't even know if mandatory is the right word. I hate that it's so useful. It'll go nowhere. That's the thing. All the people who love it so much will watch it and tell me I'm wrong, but really I know they're the wrong ones. It's not even about affecting social change or change in the game. It's just about expressing that everyone is wrong. It is very strong. I imagine if I make the video, it will do surprisingly well just from people talking shit in the comments. The algorithm will be like, damn, people are engaging with this like crazy. Push it. Piss off, innocents. Damn, that has some range. Why did I even think this map would be a good idea? I guess it was worth trying, but glad we didn't get too many copies of it, I'll say that much. Keep grabbing the big hands because I'm hoping that a breach stone flops out of them. I don't even know if I have that chance for that to happen, but I've seen it happen before earlier in the league. And so I'm just kind of holding out hope. Either way, a couple extra splinters never hurt nobody. Which map? Frozen Cabins. You like that map? Honestly, it's like not that bad, but it just doesn't have enough width, area width, to be very useful with breach at all. It's kind of what I was going for. When I was picking maps, I was going for like kind of enclosed, but like kind of spacey, like spacious maps at the same time, and I just kind of underestimated how tightly enclosed those quarters are. Down 120 and not 140. Is this man scamming me? Hold up. I listed. I gotta do the math. No, that's right. 145. They went back up a little bit. Thing is, I think like yeah, these oh damn. Like the really cheap people are like 130 to 135, but then it kind of goes up to 145. But even like scrolling down this far, like this took what, half an hour to sell at this price? It just flat out didn't sell at 150, so there's just not a lot of people trading for divines right now. Have the window pretty small, that's all good. It's not a bad thing for me to double check the math once in a while. $200, $300, $400, $500, and excuse me. That should keep our breach addiction going for quite a while longer. Man, I am really not looking forward to level 99 because we're going to be making like 30 mil per hour tops. But I also don't feel brave enough or strong enough to farm juiced forest maps for all that extra XP. As crazy as I've heard that it is. Right. And my damage is not great. Case in point. Oh, this is also 70% monster life. In my defense. Yeah. This is like 2 million under like perfect ideal circumstances. It's a lot of big blue guys. Gray Spire. That one chest piece we were talking about a while ago. Oh, I'm stuck. More monsters! More! Oh, the voodoo doll, that's not pretty. Gray Spires and staff. You know, that makes sense. Can't always trust the names though. I gotta look it up. I know that I recognize the name, but I just don't remember what it does. Clearly what it is. I got you. Tier 2 flat fizz on an amulet. Let's go, dude.
Cool winds.
Oh shit. I forgot. I wanted to look. Great. Oh, I recognize this thing. Increased global damage, attack speed, and max tolerance. That is very silly. I love it. Extremely tanky character that runs around, gets intentionally stunned, but has over 961% stun recovery, and then casts when stunned. High stun recovery makes it so you get stunned for only one server tick, then you kill something exposed for 500% of its life, and kills everything around that. That's pretty snazzy.
This is your return.
Sounds properly memey, sir. I respect it. Is there even a way to reduce your stun threshold? Like, are there mods for that? I feel like there's at least a couple nodes somewhere on the tree. I can't think of it. Like 70% extra life again, this time as energy shield. And I have enfeeble. Oh, we got scared, so that's cool. No, I wanted those. I was too slow. Hey, we hit 6. Nice. Alright, that was the last of the maps we had rolled. And we got, I think, like 2 copies of City Square. I think that's it. And 1 copy of Park. Okay, so we'll do these 19 copies of Atoll. Let's see how we're doing after that. I think once we have like 10 copies of those 2 maps, we should be okay. We should be okay to swap over and start doing them. And I'm going to redo all of this because I clearly have messed up. Cannot regen is bad. Minus max res. Honestly, it's probably tall. No, we'll try not to take it. Less recovery rate's annoying. Cannot leech, I think, is fine. Crit, bad. Monster damage, bad. We don't care about shot ground. We have to... Where's the auras one? That one. What we at? 37. Power charge. Buffs on players. I think we can maybe fit 1 more. Steel. That works. This one's mirrored. And it's broken. So we have 18 maps. Really? Collaborate! Please! Thank you. Alright, we'll run... We'll grab these 8 first. We'll run them without the scarabs. PoE music makes just makes you want to play D2, heavily inspired by it. I probably played the D2 for like, I don't know, when I was like 8. I can't say I remember the music. But glad it's nostalgic. Feels so wrong running this map this way. Probably have more time in D2 than you do PoE. That's crazy. So I take it you liked it. Probably getting close. I think that's fair. I mean, how long were people like actively playing D2? I mean, aside from the fact that they're still doing it right now, but like in its heyday, how long did it last? For about 10 years? Funny enough, ain't that about how long PoE's been around? No, my breach. Definitely never running this map this direction again. It feels so wrong. Oh, let's go. We go game.
Everything you have done has only made things worse.
Give me more Eldritch packs. Omnifolia, get out of here. I don't want to deal with you. It's not your home. Oh, it's a beyond map. That's why there's so much stuff. We've done 2 breaches and we're just about at 6. I've taken like 10 steps into this map. Yeah, I probably could have progressed to that section a little faster. Oh well. I think we still got decent value. Gun's very good for leveling, I agree. There's a reason I pathed over to the Keystone to keep it from spamming bosses. It's also just too annoying to like roll for, so I just kind of get happy when I see it, but don't really look out for it, you know? Now, if I didn't have Wandering Path in, I'd be tempted to put the 10% chance for the map to be beyond map, just because. But, you know. Present limitations being what they are, it's not really an option. All in the name of map sustain. Blech. Just roll beyond sextants. Kinda forgot that was an option. Damn it, Dagum, you're being too sensible while I'm trying to talk shit about things. Alright, get out of here. I'm not dealing with that. Wandering Path stole my girlfriend. Motherfucker. Just one more reason to hate it. How dare it. That's so awful and bad. Wandering Path really is the worst. Thank you. Took my job, lost my house because of Wandering Path. Same, honestly, actually. It's all Wandering Path's fault. You know what? Wandering Path probably came up with Arch Nemesis. That's how bad it is. Uh-oh. Well, that could have been bad. I wish more Harbingers summoned as constantly as that one just did. Maybe it's because I was killing things fast enough, and I don't do that generally, but it was nice. Okay, bye.
You will never escape this nightmare.
Corpse exploders are no good. I gotta be careful about Flame Dash. Maybe not. But this is a Reflect Elemental map. So I probably shouldn't use Infernal Cry if that, just in case that'll reflect anything onto me. Not that I remember to do that anyways. More deli orbs. I hate it here, dude. Another corpse exploder. Although I don't know if that's what killed me. I know I got blasted by at least 8 projectiles from those goats. I don't think I used Infernal Cry. I know I have an Omen, but I'm not as rich as I once was. So he's getting kind of expensive. Sell my deli orbs? That's true, I can do that. If people are around to buy them. Deep into the Dragon Horde, I don't wanna. We'll delay it as long as possible. Is there... Okay, there's still 82 equal zombies. Why is it not loading? Hey, yo. Had to double check and make sure it was the right omen. Like, it looked alright, but I didn't want to just give away 6 divines for the wrong thing. I don't even think the mods on that map were that bad. The extra projectiles, sure. But, like, in most cases, it's not that bad. Well. Let's just try and keep the deaths under 50 and we'll be okay.
They are plotting against you.
Honestly, I probably got a corpse exploded on me. And then the projectiles finish me up. That's probably it. A bunch of, what? Omens? Or orbs? Oh, deaths. I mean, you were doing some pretty juicy stuff, so like, it's kind of understandable. Ooh, fast as hell. We're kind of throwing away this delirium because of this abyss. Did I have 3 orbs? Please tell me it was. It was. Nice. Yeah, where are the... Why couldn't this be the extra projectile map? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Thankfully that wasn't a horrible mod. We'll do that and we'll flip these for the fun of it. Yo, I already know the name of my delirium tab for next league. It's gonna be Delary Doos. The shrine. That was scary. Alright, that's good enough. Still no sustenance. Kind of unfortunate. But it's kind of how it goes when we change our stuff up like this.
Time is a thing. You exist in this.
There it is. Give me level 6, you coward. There we go. Really hate grabby hands. I didn't hear no delirium orbs, so we're not even gonna go look. We're back to 75%, thankfully.
Can you be victorious?
That's a lot of projectiles. I have Patisdi, and I'm not a fan of that. What the hell is the shrine? We'll come back to that map. I really hate how even a instant spell feels like it has a cast time when affected by grabby hands. Shit's the worst. I shouldn't have wasted time looting. Yeah, I could have gotten more out of that. Maybe not a whole lot more because this is a pretty skinny area, but could have gotten more. Wanted the orbs. Alright, well, we ended up with 3 copies of our newly desired maps. We still have 10 copies of this. So we will put those there, grab thems. Put those there. You know what, maybe we hold off on those until we can move the park properly. Alright. Or City Square, I mean. My friends, I appreciate y'all watching. I hope you're enjoying. If you are and you've not already, make sure you yeet that subscribe button, down the like button. But I need to get up and stretch my legs, so I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. Like I said, you know, I did the script backwards, and then I started, when I got to the end of the script, I started redoing it from the beginning. So that's my bad. We're not gonna repeat ourselves, but I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, friends. Sorry about that. How we doing? What's going on? So, in about an hour and some change of farming, we're up 8%. But I've died twice, so really that's up 13%. We're just not up 13%. You catch my drift. Because we had omens for both deaths. But we're not going to let that happen again. Everything's going to be okay for the rest of the day and the rest of the grind to level 100. It's not. Surely those were outliers, and we were just getting them out of the way, at level 98 rather than 99, because that was way more painful. So we continue. Fire and ignite resistant with cycling damage reduction. Do we not have some exclusivity with those kinds of mods? We have exclusivity with item modifiers. Why not these? Did not forget the breachcraft. For a moment I was worried, because sometimes when we're putting like new scarabs or whatever in the map voice, it just resets. I think that's specifically when you put sack fragments in. Bro, what the fuck? Oh. I know what it is. I did use Infernal Cry. But we gotta stop doing Reflect Elemental, because that's not bueno. I thought it'd be fine if we, since we have Awakened Elemental, with attacks, prevent ourselves from taking reflected damage there, but it is Infernal Cry that's causing that. If I can't remember to not use Infernal Cry, then we're just gonna have too many problems. So what do we take out? What can we deal with that isn't too horrible? Maybe Power Charge. Alright. Well, that cost us, what, 12 divs? Reflect mods? 12 divs and 7.5% XP. Gimme, you won't, coward. Sometimes I'm tempted to spam the hell out of price fixers until they get annoyed. But honestly, it's not worth the effort. Now then, we go again.
You've already done this before. You are caught in a loop.
Man, if I had not broke, can we move, please? The hell was that slow? It's a really good thing we've been holding these omens, because if I had died without them, I'd be down 30%, and I would be fuming, dude. For now, I'm just poor. I mean, that's way easier to deal with than losing a ton of progress, you know? Honestly, that money that we're spending on omens right now, all of it came from 2 drops of Einhar Harvest Memories that both happened on the same day within like an hour of each other. So like, it's not like I spent a whole ton of time farming up money, like painstakingly collecting breach stones and splinters and stuff to get what I want. It was just pure straight luck that we got it. And when we inevitably have to buy another omen, we'll be able to use the Delirium Orb money. Assuming anyone's still buying it. Hey, a hideout. I already have that one. If there's anyone here who wants it, feel free to let me know and you can have it for free. Kinda forgot that was a thing. Alright, so I refuse to be bummed about that last death, or the amount of deaths in general that we've had today. Because one time we got straight bonked, right? That one's entirely... That one is bad. And, we are acting to prevent that from happening again by changing maps. The other two, however, were Reflect Elemental. Biting me in the butt because I wasn't careful enough with Infernal Cry. And we're also taking steps to avoid that, but like, basically what I'm saying is the only things that have killed me beyond that one accidental slam were my own mistakes, or like my own silliness. They weren't even like, oh my, chaos damage. Arakali, can you not? Thank you. Oh, they're still there. It's not like we're suddenly like made of paper all of a sudden, you know? It is just stuff. minor oversight on our part that we can fix pretty easily by not running Reflect Elements. Was that 2 this map? Or 3 even? That's crazy. Okay, bye. Ah, Maimon hit. Oh, I haven't missed you. Yes. Perfect. I don't understand how there's anyone not running Breach, in all honesty. It's way too satisfying, dude. Honestly, if the worst thing we have to deal with is extra life on monsters, that's probably not the worst thing ever. mind if I do. None of those shrines had boss mods on them, so nor does that one, so we're not taking them. I don't want to risk picking up something that'll give me problems with survivability. Cooldown recovery rate sucks. Didn't realize that was the other mod here. More magic monsters is cool though. Not dealing with that. Is that another corpse exploder? Almost walked into that a little too quickly. Wasn't bad. all things considered, I'd say that went rather well. Only 4 to go, then we can probably afford to move to City Square after this one. Or after this round. Porcupines. I had bad memories last time I fought those. I don't remember what that was. I think it was like % increased damage and like 180% increased elemental damage. Or Fizz as elemental damage. That map sucked. And I ended up leaving it early, actually. All of that plus Porcupine. All of that is bad on its own just from the modifiers, but like, add Porcupines to the mix and it's just untenable. Get out of here, Tugahama. Just barely got out of that one.
Stupid dog, you are chasing your own tail.
Why not with the totems, please?
Random chance must
Thank
dictate
you.
who wins occasionally.
Enough of that BS. Thank you. How many maps has it been since we had it earlier? I feel like it's been at least 5. It's kind of awkward. Kind of forgot about it in all honesty. At this point, I just want to finish getting through these Atoll maps as quickly as possible, because I kind of am excited to go back to City Square, I'll be honest. I like that map a lot. No orbs, unfortunately. Well, no delirium orbs, at least. Well, I wasted both of those. Two to go, so like 10 more minutes and we'll be on to City Square. All this, and we've gone up 13% total. Trying not to think about the fact that we should be 8% higher or so. If I hadn't died at all today. That's too many projectiles. I want the chaos. Honestly, I feel like I'm getting way too happy over every single map that drops. I'm just so relieved. The less we have to worry about sustain, the better. And the more we have, the more copies we have of City Square going into it, going into the swap, the easier time we'll have sustain when we make the swap. The less likely it'll be that we have to come back to this section of maps where we have a couple, like 10 to 20 copies built up to try and get more City Squares, you know. And honestly, these map drops are, or these maps are dropping without the help of Wandering Path or anything that our Atlas is spec'd into, really, because we're spec'd into really dropping adjacent maps. So since neither City Square nor Park are adjacent to Atoll, it's not really in effect here. Well, I'm kind of bummed we haven't gotten any Divine Orbs out of the extra currency from adjacent maps dropping. But that's okay. We'll be alright regardless. Oh, nada. Don't you be chasing around. Stop that. Yo, where are the monsters? Those still aren't natural monsters. There was an entire quadrant of this map with 0 monsters. It's kind of a bummer. Thankfully, it's not very difficult to explore that quadrant. It's such a skinny map, you can see the whole thing without, like, going back and forth. Why are there so many rogue exiles? Oh, probably because it's a map modifier. I wonder if that's what was cutting into the density. Yeah, alright. In those 10 maps, we got 8 copies of City Square. It's kind of a better drop rate than I anticipated, not gonna lie. Yeah, alright. We got 16 copies from those, what, 19 City Square? 19 Atolls, I think. Oh, no. We did 18. Because we had 19 and then I deleted a mirrored one that was kind of really what I wanted to run. We got 16 copies of those, and where's Park? LMNOP. Park. We got 2 copies of this. So we actually ended up with 18 desirable maps from 18 of our previous maps. So that's what we call sustained, my boys. I'm still not gonna bother chiseling. We'll just do City Square until we run out of City Squares. Actually, how much are chisels? Per divine. 1 divine is 100 chisels. That's 25 maps worth. Less than 30 maps worth. I don't think it's worth for the amount of money that I have right now. So we shall not. Seems good to me, boss. And away we go. Up to 81 now. Let's see how much XP we get up to with this layout. It's Eventers. What the hell is going on here? 78% more monster life. Avoiding ailments, move attack and cast speed. With spell damage suppression. Not suppress. 78% monster life. Kinda beefy. For those rares in particular. I think we could have gotten more out of that, but we still got a lot. We're doing okay. The nice thing about this map is also, it's very easy to avoid bosses. Because I know right where they are. And usually I think they have maybe a little bit of attack around them, but not like a huge one like the Jungle Valley boss did. It's not desirable at all for me to run up and stand next to him to kill stuff. Oh hey, stash job's in. Let's go. Nope. I saw that corpse explosion coming. Not dealing with that at all. It's still chasing you, whatever it is. It's you. God, this is so much better than what we were doing. I'm glad we swapped already. Like, it's the first map, and I already feel like way better about this. I haven't even looked at the actual amount of XP we're making. Suffice it to say, this will be lower as well, because every monster has 78% life. Yeah, 50. Life's good. We could kill rares we couldn't kill rares nearly as quickly as usual because of all that extra life. This will be a little bit of a more interesting... This should theoretically have more XP per hour because we can most stuff faster. Monsters are hex-proof, like that. It's not a huge problem for me. Only time I inflict hexes is when I war cry. Not gonna get too close to the bosses, but I'm also not that afraid of them because there's 3, so they're not individually, they're not that powerful. Not a fan of this quadruple proximity shield thing. Well, speaking of, what was it? Gray Spire? That's it. Like. That one was a little disappointing, but we're okay. Yeah, 54 million. We went up. We went up. Hey, that's really not great. That one also not great.
Cool win.
Kind of cool that we had 2 interesting unique drops there, though. We've done 2 maps, we've gotten 2 park maps.
As a traitor and a
So far, so good. Nature is healing. The system is working. That was a lot of hurt.
By the time we're through, no one will be able to. We are no helpless prey.
Oh no, the syndicate's getting away. What are we gonna do? No. Darn. Oh no. At the very least, we killed one of them, so they're not gonna like triple speed the cart to the end. So I have a little bit longer before intervention comes in. I think that's the Widry's tongue. Probably could have saved that delirium by hitting this breach a little faster, but I wasn't particularly worried about it. Wink.
You gave my pride a bloody nose. Now the queen's on the other leg.
Where are your first ones now, Azamite?
Just get out of here, Camaria. Why are you regen?
The upper hand.
Maria had the oh, please no. Oh, it was a regen shrine. Okay. Didn't even see that there. That was actually horrifying when the syndicate menu opened up. We're good though. All's well that ends well. 57 million. This is miles better than what we were going with. So glad I didn't double down on that. I'm interested to see how Park compares.
Local, need your aid.
There's a lot of tourists. Alva's probably not the worst
There
ever.
you are. Let's go.
Bruh.
Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Let's go. I'll get him. Hey. Easy enough.
Good job.
I'm not sure this is worth the extra time to do those, in all honesty. Maybe if I had the chance to turn everything blue, it would be kind of more worthwhile, but normally I'm not very convinced. Weird cast. Les sheep. We'll do this one just because we did the other two. Hey,
Let's go.
that's a double corrupt chamber, actually. On our last trial, that's actually huge. Massive W. There it is. Confirmed.
Good job.
Rich.
The influence
Yeah, buddy.
continues to build. But you already knew that, right?
We didn't get the double corrupt rooms, but hey, that's still quite alright. We got the important one. How many of those temples do I have right now, actually? 4. Locus of Corruption, Doriani's Institute, and you know that'll do. Locus of Corruption. How much are those worth right now? Probably sat on them for far too long, so their value has diminished. 1,000 chaos, 7 divines. You know what? That's 3 omens right there. Well, 3.5 actually. None of them have the double. Yeah, that Alba added 2 minutes to the normal map time, I think. And thus was not worth it at all. Although I think it was still above 50 per hour. Oh, no, we were losing. We were above 50 and then we're now under 50. So yeah, that was not worth it at all. But I have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Sails. Oh shit. Two seconds. Someone's buying all three of them. Let's go. That's 10 divines too many. I could have stolen 10 divs from that man so easily. That person so easily. I shouldn't assume. Yep. I could have, but I wouldn't have felt good about it. So, I'm glad he realized his mistake. But now we're back up to 24 divs, so that's at least 4 more omens. Let's go. And we are Gucci to move on. What? No, oh, that's Devouring Diadem. I thought that was a Cyrus only drop. Maybe it's, no, that's not Devouring Diadem. It's Crown of Ice. That's it. W, dude. We've officially made it to 85%. We've broken out of the 70s pretty convincingly. It's another corpse exploder. Really would rather not deal with that. Oh, it died, thank God. Too long to come back. Oh well. It happens. Should have at least one more breach here somewhere. For a moment, I thought trauma support was inflicting poison on me every single time I hit something. That was actually really unsettling. Alts. Oh boy. Excuse me. Yo, a third one? Let's go. What a time to be alive. Damn, I love Breach. It's so good. Imagine if I could clear it all. Like every single monster that I see. Also, where is the Delirium? There it is. It's been like 5 maps again.
Everyone is simply
What?
using you.
What mind if I do? That guy's got too much HP. No, my speed run. That's pain. Not a fan. Fizz is fire and Fizz is lightning with chilled ground. And it's not chilled ground doing anything to us. Willow gift. It's not a headhunter or not a mage blood either. That don't feel good at all. Turns out the double Fizz's elemental was a little too much. The added defense of monster res or elemental res on monsters was probably a little extra as well. I probably got caught in those red explosive things too, or just some kind of explosion, because there was grabby hands all over that place. But Delirium's over, so I think we're probably okay for the rest of this. And if we're not, then if we're not and I die, I'll probably end stream, I'll be honest, because I don't have an omen on me right now. I feel like I'm running around naked. We did sustain though. I'll just have to... I really should have been doing it this whole time, but I'll have to be double checking my maps. I said that earlier, but I keep forgetting to do it. But I really need to double check and make sure we don't have crazy combos like that. It can be a bit much sometimes, and if I didn't have Delirium, it probably would have been okay. Like, it would have been a little dicey, but not that. Delirium plus these thick-ass breaches, it's just too much. With mods like that, at least. So that's fine. That is not fine.
Salah.
Let's put that back. Still reads as fine, of course. Now it's fine. At least as far as the regex is concerned, it reads as fine, but it is most assuredly not. Double damage as is kind of sketchy. I'll buy my Omen after this map. We'll run it naked, see what happens. I am lacking an Omen in my inventory. I'm living dangerously for one map. It's for content or something. Seems like poor planning. It is. I honestly did not mean to do this, but I hit the open map button before thinking, oh, I don't have an Omen. I didn't want to get into a party and have my map closed. All sad and stuff. Granted, I'd be way more sad if I lost 10% XP in one death, but it's just not gonna happen. There's no way we died 2 maps in a row. Statistically speaking, it's impossible. Was there a change? It was actually only a 2.5% death penalty, but it's because of these things they added in the Ancestor League called Omens of Amelioration, which reduced the XP penalty by 2.5%. Or by 75%, I'm sorry. So if you have one in your inventory and you die, you lose 2.5% instead of 10%. So I've actually died 4 times today, which is kind of shocking. Like, since I hit like 96, I haven't died this many times in a day. Just keep doing silly things. And we really need to go buy another Omen. That's what Dagon was talking about. Because if I die right now in this map without one, then I will lose another 10%. But like I said, I'm being dumb for a map. It'll be okay. What's the worst that could happen? That makes what? This will be the 4th Omen I buy today. That's a horrible feeling. That's what? 24 divs? At least? It's definitely more than that. It's like 25 or 26. Thank God this is the biggest currency league of all time. And also thank God I was sitting on those temples for the 21 div we got a little bit ago. Oh hey, another Gray Spire. Tier 1 dexterity on a helmet, is that worth anything? Maybe. Probably not super worthwhile, but Tier 1 attributes can't be that bad.
Salah.
All right, let's fix our problems and stop being dumb. Amelioration. Honestly, I have found myself using the word amelioration far more since they introduced that omen in PoE. Because before Trials of the Ancestor, I would never use that word, and now suddenly I find myself using it at least once every 2 weeks or so. Yeah, no problem. Appreciate you hanging out and watching, Rat. Feel bad calling you the Rat, or calling you Rat, but that is your name, so. Yeah, no. But yeah, these are the things. Will be consumed when you die to prevent 75% of XP loss. So you just throw it in your inventory. And if you die with it there, then it'll go away and you save XP. Yeah, we're not actually whispering anybody. Did I get muted? Oh. Is the direct whisper thing down? We're going back in time? That's awkward. So we have officially lost 10% XP today. Feels real bad. But there it is, that little thing. Honestly, has saved us so much time. And I've never, I can say honestly, I've never ground to 100 without one. Or without using them. So I never hit 100 before getting them, or before they got added to the game. But that's okay. Surely we won't die again. We double checked all of these maps to make sure they aren't double damage as. Using Omen of Amelioration is a reasonable way to address the criticism of the 10% penalty. Not sure if everyone will agree with it though. But yeah, I'm a major enjoyer of them because I tend to, when I make my own build in particular, I do not ever give myself enough defenses to stop dying, like entirely. There's a reason I don't play hardcore. It's because I just don't like trying to build up defenses that hard, and I'm not good at it either. So usually most leagues I get up to like 90, 98 or so, 96 to 98, and call it good. And so Omens just kind of enable me to actually hit 100 and enjoy the game from that point, you know? So I'm a huge supporter of them. But I don't know. When they were in Ancestor League, they were far more common, and they were still like, I think at their cheapest they were like 50 chaos. That might have been like too readily available, you know? So I kind of just had one all the time. But I'm not against the way that it is right now, where they're like pretty exceptionally expensive, because they're quite rare. They only drop from the forest, right? And rarely at that. So they're like still attainable, but they're pricey, so you have to kind of be careful of when you're doing it. So you can't just go all the way from level 90 to 100, keeping omens the entire time. Like I definitely had to wait and grind a little more carefully on the earlier stages. And I'm okay with that. Combined with the fact that this is a really easy league to make money in, it's not that big of a problem at all. I thought there was delirium running for a second. I was wondering what my rewards were and panicking when there weren't any. It was just a tool breach. Alright, that should be that. I'm rich. Also kind of disappointed about the price this league. Oh well. But yeah. It is a lot. I hope they're still attainable next league when we don't have the Wild Widow or Trials of the Ancestor. I think I saw some people on Reddit today like sniffing some hopium about Ancestor coming back next league, but I'm not exactly anticipating that, and I'm not exactly anticipating a lot of currency in the league either compared to this one. So I don't know where ameliorations will stand. I just hope they're attainable still. That was scary, but we survived and we one-shot everything. It was beautiful. I loved it. My favorite. Let's get another breach going. Love you. Clear this side. Those hands. Just kind of... There we go. There's the border of the second breach. We'll kind of clear our way through this. I'm just gonna keep hitting my health blast. That was a little too much. More monster life, increased AoE, fizzes lightning. I think fizzes lightning certainly isn't helping. I think that was just sheer volume of projectiles coming in and the like face tank it with my health flask. Thankfully we were killing so much so fast that it was constantly refilling. It worked out. Breach is really great because it spawns billions of monsters. The problem is it spawns billions of monsters, you know? It's a little dangerous sometimes. Didn't mean to pick that up, but I'll put it in the tab regardless. We got 8 more city squares. Oh, 6 more. I don't know how to count. Any of these like crazy? Temp chains with monster speed feels real bad. And power charges. Ugh, I don't like that. Reflect elemental, we're not doing it. I punched my mic, I apologize. That one's fine. AO Beyond, let's go. So we're at 46% here. I'm just curious what that ends up actually being inside of the map. %103%. Nice. I guess that's 30% from the quantity nodes and the rarity nodes, as well as the increased effect. On top of all that. Really hate that modifier where they the monsters make a wall and run away. I think that's like the worst idea ever. With the exception of trying to re-add Arch Nemesis to the game in full force every single league since Arch Nemesis. Other than that, it's the worst idea ever. I think part of the reason I love Breach so much is because, like, I really just liked the idea of it when I started playing back in Synthesis, or I guess Betrayal, like the end of Betrayal. But Breaches just never had any monsters in them the entire time. Like, it was always disappointing how few monsters were in each one, considering the idea of it is to, like, open a big portal to some other unspeakable realm and summon monsters for you to murder, or that are trying to murder you, and that you can kill them back, you know? And so it was always, like, really frustrating every time I would do one, because, like, I love the aesthetic of it and the idea of it, but then it was just bad because there's no monsters in it and you're sitting around not killing things. So what it is right now is literally what I've always wanted to defeat, and it's so nice to have. I love it. It's dare I say, it's cathartic to see after all this time. You wouldn't mind the death penalty if the game was more reasonable about damage spikes? I think that's fair. Considering 99% of the time I'm A-okay with just about anything. But then sometimes I just get completely mocked. I understand and I agree. But saying that, if I hear another interviewer ask Jonathan about Detonate Dead one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. I will say that as well. Detonate Dead doesn't even feel that scary. I think the one problem I have with Detonate Dead is that there's 3 different effects for Detonate Dead. And they're all the same thing, but why are they different? Honestly, I think the red line effect is probably the best one. Yeah, that's scary. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. In general, a lot of the times PoE is just going really well until it's not. And it's not always clear or easy to tell why that happened or what caused it. And it's super frustrating. And that's why there's so much demand for an on-death screen or something, and I don't remember the reasons for them not doing it, but on-deaths are really nice. That's like an entirely separate issue, yeah. Red circle plus countdown is nice. My favorite one is the one with the red line. From the little spider dudes. It doesn't matter how much stuff is on the screen when I'm fighting those spider dudes. I can always see the red line because it's taller than like 99% of monsters. Like, oh, I can get away from that. But when it's the little ground circle with the gushes of blood coming out, or the slowly inflating corpse with the glowy stuff, that's impossible to see in a lot of cases. Burial Chambers boss is the one you're talking about? Yeah, that one's like second favorite to me. I'm more okay with that one than I am the corpses just glowing and then exploding. But my favorite is the spider one.
You've already done this before. You are caught in a loop.
Like those right there, the only reason I can see those is because there's one monster alive, and it's the Detonate Dead monster. Like, if there's 20 monsters on top of those corpses, then I guarantee you I might see like a little bit of glow, and then after that it's like, oh, well that could be just my Herald MTX that takes up half my screen at any given time. Which I refuse to take off because it's beautiful and I love it. Honestly, I just wish defenses in PoE worked in a way that, like, you can kind of feel that your defenses are not sufficient at all times, you know? And then once your defenses are sufficient, for the most part, you're just not gonna get, like, dunked on, you know? And I know in one of the interviews, I think this is his interview, Jonathan said that characters should never be, like, functionally immortal. But I feel like it could really be better than it is right now. Like, maybe not functionally immortal, but functionally only two-shottable, you know? Like, some combination of stuff has to happen for it to matter, because, like, you know, I think kind of once you have defenses solved, I feel like they shouldn't be completely obliterated. That's just frustrating. Right, but they still die, even while being functionally immortal. Bigger problem is regen, leech, and recovery, being that there's too much of it. I think that's fair. Making it so that one-shots are the only way to kill characters.
You are free to explore this vast world, yet here you are, doing the bidding.
I can see that. You mean to say recoup is bad for the game? Hold up. Recoup's probably fine since it's over 4 seconds. Gotcha. I was mostly just being facetious because as far as I know, that's the most recent recovery mechanic they've added. Unless you count Divines of Destiny, which just gives you hit points before you get hit. Which is really kind of a weird idea if you ask me. Let's just pretend we have full health, shall we? Which I know it's not actually full health, but again, just being a little extra. Honestly, I was looking at it today because I hadn't actually paid that much attention to it. That amulet is really ridiculous, dude. The wording on it is so silly.
Can you be victorious twice in a row?
It really is, dude. Like, I really should be using it on everything, but I just don't want to. It's hardly a chase item this league, but I'm just happy to have Ashes of the Stars, you know? That's a cool amulet right there. Simple as it is. It's got a badass name. It's an easy to understand thing, and it just, you know, it does stuff. It's great. Finds of Destiny is also simple and it does stuff, but it just doesn't sound as cool. Yeah. Pretty wild. Let's not do that, please. Why does this man? Oh, I guess being Innocence Touch probably gives a heck load of fire res. Really? All that for Chains of Command? I really need a flask that has a higher tier of bleed immunity. This 5 or 6 seconds is not cutting it. Case in point. By the way, that hand MTX is my favorite thing ever. I just wish we were strong enough on this build to kill even map bosses with any real speed, so I could see it more often. I'm not going in there. Although, you know, the monsters would be at level 84. Wouldn't be the worst thing ever, but I also don't want to deal with the monster. I don't want to log out to get out of it, you know. That detonate dead right there, the best one there is. If it lasted a little longer, it'd be great. Even as quickly as that corpse exploded, I still saw it, and I still knew what the hell was going on before it even went off. Take that. Oh yeah, look at all the map drops, dude. Beautiful. So we will be running quite a bit apart, and that's a-okay. I really don't mind the map. The boss, the main annoyance with the boss is the consecrated ground and those beams, which is a far cry from the slams of the Jungle Valley boss, which was actually the first thing to kill me today, so I'm still quite upsetty about that. So even if I accidentally run into that boss or have a reason to fight stuff next to that boss, there's a very low likelihood of me getting absolutely eviscerated like I did by that Jungle Valley boss. And the only thing that could really do that, I think, is the cage bomb things that she summons, but those have like a 10-second delay between spawning and blowing up, so it's not a problem. Oh, I thought I activated that ritual, I was gonna cry. Speed shrines plus breach. The only way breaches could get better. I think it's going to be pretty hard to get level 7 Delirium on a city square map. Just because of the shape of the map. No orbs! I've been scammed. I missed it. Hey, what's up? I was terrified to say your name yesterday, I'll be honest, because I didn't want to mispronounce it, but I'm going, like, is you go by, like, E? Is your name, like, E does Vasta? Or is it Edo S Vasta? Either way, it's good to see you again. Welcome back. You can call me Ed. That works. Welcome back, Ed. It's good to see you again. How you doing? I'm gonna have to sell those eventually. We're running out of room. Doing good, got myself some stash ad? Hell yeah. Which ones did you go with? Welcome to the officially bought in Path of Exile Gamer Club. Yeah, we got 22 copies of City Square, or of Park out of those City Squares. That's cool. Map currency and 1 premium so far. That's a good. This is definitely a good set of tabs to have for listing and then currency, of course. I couldn't even imagine stockpiling maps without a map tab, or managing map stockpiles without one. How many city squares are we at? We're at 5, so we got a total of 27 relevant drops. That is a W. So since yesterday, Ed, we changed up maps to 2 that I actually like way more than the maps we were running, and it turns out they're actually way better. And they are Park and City Square. The breaches are like 10 times better, and the maps are way more wide open. And they're also not dark and it's like super enclosed. Like there's not really very many walls all over the place. They're just more like happy to look at. So that makes me much happier to look at them, believe it or not. Okay, for some reason my clipboard got blown up. Let's do that. Really? They're all runnable as rolled, except for 2. Okay. Oh, that's why. I didn't alch them. Yeah, that's more like it. Still a pretty solid set of rolls there, actually. Let's make them all light up and then we'll go look at them individually, make sure there's no like double fizzes, elemental, or anything else crazy. Which kind of defeats the purpose of the regex, but whatever. Elemental weakness doesn't really bother us. Just got a decent currency drop for my level in a heist. I'm doing them because I can't throw them away. What do I think of them? Heist is, I'm not a huge heist enjoyer, but I recognize that there's a lot of value in heist. I think, not last league, but I think the league before that, I actually did a lot of heist. Not as much as some people, but I did a lot for me. And it's a door opening simulator, but it's also a currency printing simulator. That's the way I look at it. Because there's just so many chests that drop actually useful stuff. It just throws currency all over the place, and it's beautiful. It's very nice that it exists. It's very helpful in leagues where otherwise it's difficult to earn currency. But in most cases, I'd rather not do it myself. People either love or hate heist generally. I'm kind of closer to the hate heist side, but I'm willing to recognize it, so to speak. I just hear a cool sound and a highlighted item before I know it. I have 3 heists that are quest items. Dude, that's the thing I actually hate about heist is the quest heists. There's like 30 of them for no reason, and if you don't go back and do them after picking them up, they're just gonna stockpile and eat up your entire inventory. It's my least favorite. But when you take care of all of them, it's not bad. I think grand heists are really cool. I'm not sure how they feel now that they don't have alternate quality gems in them. Because that used to be how you would get those. You can drop them in a map, I know, but it still feels bad to do that too. I think it's, yeah. I think it's cool. It's I kind of go back and forth on it. I just remember the time I did it, the league was so hard for me to earn currency in, but then I did heist and then suddenly I had tons of currency and I was like super happy about it. Because I could just, rather than try and like juice my maps up and struggle to get through them, I could just run heist and click chests, and I was like over the moon. But if I'm able to farm currency in maps, I would rather do it that way. You have an obligation to finish what you started. I respect that. You gotta get through them. They do end eventually. It's just like, what, 3 per character, I think? Plus a couple extra for like the overarching story. And once you get through them, you can get the unique contracts, which is like some extra bosses. I finish it by throwing it on the ground. It's done. Also valid. Alright, so I'm reasonably certain that none of these will be able to kill us. Hopefully. Ed, we've died 4 times today. And I've paid 6 divines at least for every single death. To get another omen to prevent XP loss. So I am like entirely doubtful of my capability to do anything really. But we're still doing our best. We're hanging in there. I did 1 map without an omen in my inventory, and if I had died in that map, I would have ended the stream immediately. But thankfully we didn't, and we went and bought the one like that we should have. So it all worked out. So I hadn't, I know I said like 2 things what heist is to me, or 2 times what heist is to me, but I'm gonna say it again in a different way. A heist is my last resort for making money. Because it's always gonna work, but it's really not my favorite. My favorite thing about heist is Huck. Huck's really cool. Tibbs is funny as well. Huck's a cool dude. My one regret is that the heist notable on the Atlas that lets you get Huck to follow you in your maps after opening a chest. He does not give you the XP bonus when that happens, which is kind of my least favorite thing. If you're gonna let Huck follow us, you may as well let Huck do his thing that he's supposed to do at all times, you know? And just turning that off because it's too powerful would be is kind of a cop-out. Okay, yo, is that 2 speed shrines in one map? We're feasting today. Did the deaths happen before, during, or after? After I changed maps. The answer is yes. It happened in both. The very first map I did, I got slammed by the boss of Jungle Valley and instantly deleted. 2 of the deaths happened on the Atoll map, or the Atoll map, because I did reflect elemental damage, and with my main ability, I'm immune to reflected elemental damage, but I have Infernal Cry, which is another way for me to do a little extra damage against things that are a little tankier. But that damage can be reflected on me, so it did. And I died twice to that before I realized what was going on and said, okay, I'll stop running Reflect Elemental. And then the fourth time it was 2 maps that, or it was a map that had 150%, or monsters deal 150% extra physical damage as fire damage, and monsters do 150% physical damage as lightning damage. And even though I have a boatload of elemental resistances, taking 300% increased, or 300% extra damage as anything kind of sucks. So I ran into a pack of like 20 things and then got blown up. So now I'm checking my maps to make sure that's not on there. That combination of things isn't on there. Would have never figured out that reflective damage. Yeah, it took me a minute. That's why I died twice, unfortunately. Unfortunately for my wallet. At least I'm not 111 as bad. This build, like 75% defense at least. 111 deaths is low for me. It's just that this build is really low on deaths for me. But thankfully we're not at 111 deaths after hitting level 95. It's the positive takeaway. It'd be cool if we could hit level 100 with less than 1 million kills, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen. The nice thing is, since we've changed maps, all this extra AoE, or all this extra like room for activities for the breaches to spawn more monsters, has meant we're getting way more XP per hour. We went from barely pushing 40 to well over 50 in most cases. Or we're like barely pushing 50. I don't know. Either way, it's still significantly better than it was. Oh, you know what it was in that double Fizz elemental? It was delirium map as well. So I was like on the opposite side of the map from where the delirium started. Which, the farther you get from the starting point, the tougher the monsters get. So we were like as far as we could be, kind of. And then we just got kind of blasted by all that stuff. And the monsters had elemental resistance on them as well, which tanked my damage, so like I couldn't get rid of them before they could do damage to me as quickly. So it was just like a confluence of a bunch of stuff that just did not do good for me. But as useful as the Regex is, it has its limits, and I need to be more cautious of them. And so, we'll try and pay more attention to that modifiers. Took my headset off already, but you should tell Ed your deaths record. Listen, Dagum. Listen. I actually don't remember the number. I was trying to talk about that yesterday. But I couldn't remember what the actual number was. I'm sure Semper does. It's high. I think it was probably 350 or 250 or something like that. I saw some builds deal all types of elemental damage due to equilibrium or something. I wonder if that's better or even comparable to what I have with Fizz and Bleed. Sure, I'm close to the record. You're not. You're not at all. I promise you. I really think it was like 250 to get through Act 10. I was getting one tap by everything. It was a horrible time. I think elemental equilibrium has fallen out of favor. With in general. Sorry to just change gears all of a sudden. There are hits that deal elemental damage and remove exposure to those elements and inflict exposure to other elements. Exposure inflicted this way applies -25 to resistances. There are easier ways to apply exposure without that kind of downside. No. That was to get Act 10. And that's what Dagum was talking about when he mentioned campaign. To hit level 100, we looked yesterday, it was what, like 150 or something like that? But that's the only time I've hit level 100. The other time I tried to grind level 100. Let's just look real quick. Hopefully this doesn't delete my map. Was this character in Blight League, which failed to get level 100. Died 142 times. I died too many times at level 99 and I got tilted to shit. And I like thought about deleting the character and everything. It was a whole. My maps are still open. That's good. Or my portals are still open. Yes, it is. It is the Timekeeper's hideout. I'm sorry, the Timekeeper's map device. It was just added. Well, it was added last league as part of the mystery box. Every league they do a mystery box with a bunch of stuff in it. and then the next league they added in. But this league, they took forever to add it in, because usually it's like a month or so into the wipe they'll add the previous league's stuff to the shop to just buy directly. But this league, it wasn't until like 2 months in that they added it. I was super upset. And I ended up spending way too much on this league's mystery box. That is to say, loot box. Because there's a portal MTX that's a giant frog. Like, your portals are giant frogs. And when you walk up to the portal, the frog opens its mouth. And when you go through it, the frog eats you. And I bought way too many loot boxes trying to get that. And I still haven't gotten it. And I'm honestly tempted to buy another one. Another supporter pack just so I can get more rolls, but in good conscience I can't do it. I have to wait until next league if I want it, when they add it in, to just buy. It's pretty darn cool. But really the smart thing to do is, rather than gamble for it, just wait till next league and then buy it for whatever, like 15 bucks they put it at. It's 15, it might be 25 honestly, because MTX is hell expensive in this game, but I'll still think about it in all honesty. I've just already spent too much this league. Yeah, that's... Wait, the cockroach is only 2 points? Hold up, is it on sale? I usually buy the Weta. There's like a little Weta. For 5 points, I think. Zoff nearly just punched my lights out. That would have hurt. I mean, I guess it is like a little cockroach thing. Oh, it's a Weta? Okay, gotcha. The fun thing is you can let them loose in your hideout. I have several. I just don't ever do that because they're kind of gross. Or it's kind of gross to have them do that. You know? A bunch of cockroaches all over your hideout. But when I amass a large enough army of them, I might set them loose. Got the synthesis footprint effect. I love synthesis. It's probably to this day my favorite league, or one of my favorite leagues. And I can't immediately think of something I enjoyed more than synthesis. So I was super happy to get those. I have them as well. And at first I thought they were a little too distracting, but then I was doing what's called Uber bosses. Because when you're in the end game, I'm not sure if I'm explaining something you already know, but I'm gonna explain it anyways. When you're in the Atlas, when you get to like tier 16, you end up hitting these things called pinnacle bosses. So it's like, I guess Ziri is considered a pinnacle boss, and then there's like the Elder, and then the Shaper, and then Cyrus, and then the Eater of Worlds and the Searing XR. Those are all pinnacle bosses. Searing, and then the Maven is a pinnacle boss as well. So, like the Searing Exarch and the anyways, they're all pinnacle bosses, but then there's uber versions of the pinnacle bosses, which are like way tankier. They hit way harder and they have extra mechanics compared to the normal versions of the boss fights. And there's one in particular, Eater of Worlds, Uber Eater of Worlds, has like really large AoE slams. And I was playing a ranged character when I fought him, but I had to run to where he was off screen for me to get out of the AoE. But because of the synthesis footprint effects, I was able to see where he was, like because of where I ran from, you know? Like I could just throw the projectiles directly along the path that I followed because I could see which path I was following because of the footprint effects. So in my opinion, synthesis footprint effect is pay to win. I had breadcrumbs, exactly. Precisely. And I'm using the Blight Footprint effect right now, but it's a little more subtle. So it's probably not as pay to win, but Synthesis is bright and beautiful and hard to miss. Find it useful when I play with my friend in a party. Helps you keep track of your character a little bit more. It's understandable. I've never been a party play enjoyer in this game because it's too chaotic. He always knows exactly where I went. Perfect. Yeah, I have a buddy who's a regular viewer who really enjoys playing Warabot, and there were the first several leagues that he was hanging out here, he was offering to Warabot for me, or like play a character specifically built to provide tons of auras and like buffs to a main carry player, and the Warabot doesn't really have to do anything but stand close to the person doing all the killing. They're super useful and super cool and everything, but just don't like running with a party, you know. But you know, no disrespect to the playstyle, it's just not my thing. PoE server just restarted for you. We may not be on the same region in that case, because I've not seen any notifications. I think they usually warn about that. There's also another variant of the Aura bot called the Curse bot, which is dedicated to placing as absolutely many curses as humanly possible on monsters, and it's also very funny to see in action. Because all of the monsters just have like this giant mass of glowing orbs above them, denoting which curses they have on them, and it's very silly. We're not EU does not equal USA. It'd be like that. Can we chill with the ES, please? Thank you. Let's go anytime now, please. Thanks. Alright, that's probably good enough. Grab those. Kill the blues. You know. Enough of this place. 64% monster life is annoying. So thankfully we're getting tons of copies of Park. I'm sorry, of City Square, and a little bit of Park sustenance. But assuming we do not die again, we're like 2 maps away tops from hitting level 99. I am very cautious about saying the D word, because in previous attempts there have been plenty of times where I said the D word jokingly and then ended up being the very next moment. So I'm gonna hope that that does not happen, because I already did say it once. But I'm sure we'll be fine. This is a Beyond map, so we'll actually get really good XP from this. Particularly when we find the breaches. Eye of Innocence. There's one. That was actually really close. That molten barrier was a little sketchy, not gonna lie. Yoink. Received a quest item in a heist and I can't give it to anyone. Interesting. What is it? Of the kiss, good night. Don't recognize it by name. I'll look it up in a moment. See what he's doing. Guess that's the boss lady. Not get exploded by those cages, thanks. Like to just stun the boss into oblivion, ideally. And finish the breach and leave. But I need to go back and get those maps. Oh yeah, I don't mind. Feel free, my friend. Oh, that goes to Karst, I'm pretty sure. Three years ago, it appears there's a bug. Just had this happen to me after failing the heist, going into town, going to drop in non-town area now. Item the kiss goodnight. So did you fail the contract that you, like, did you die in the contract that you dropped that in? Open the contract and enter the portal, but accidentally clicked the portal and left, which closed it because it's placed me into a different harbor instance. I now have the quest item Kiss Goodnight with no way to get rid of it, as it cannot be destroyed nor placed in stash. I don't have another contract to run the mission again, so I'm going to wait for a bug fix or find another one of this specific contract. So, looks like the answer is drop it on the floor in a map somewhere. And if you need it again, you'll get it again. Seems like that's the answer. I think I wasn't crafting breaches this whole time. No, I didn't die, but I went back to my hideout to sell an item and the server restarted. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright, my friends. I appreciate you watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are not already, make sure you hit that subscribe button, down the like button. But I need to get up and use the restroom, so I will be back in like 5 minutes. I'm also gonna just walk around and stretch my legs a little bit. But when we return, we will continue running these parks that we have rolled, and looks like we'll hit level 99 in no time. Yeet. Alright, I made it. We made it. How we doing? It's time. Back to the park with us. I wonder how many copies of City Square we'll end up with. Doing, I think, 22 parks? Ooh. We've been blessed this day. Speed shrine plus double breach. Seems good to me, bots. And 2 shrines to boot. And a strong box. Yes, more monsters, please. And delirium. The hits just don't stop. Don't mind if I do. My speed shrine's gone. Now I'm sad. What a nice map. That's the boss. Honestly, 3 orbs, pretty solid. Is it always worth it to get offering from the goddess? Offering to the goddess for favors. I mean, they're always gonna have a little bit of value to them. 'Cause there's always gonna be lab enjoyers somehow. It's not me, that's for sure. But if there's nothing else of particular value in the ritual, then it's not a bad option. More often, I would rather just reroll the ritual if possible, if that's like my best option. All right, we're at 99%. We need less than 1 million XP to hit level 99. It's time, lads. This is our moment. Let's not stand in all that, shall we? Nope, nope, not today. Y'all are doing too much damage, I don't like it. Move, attack, and cast speed is kind of brutal. I thought that was it for me, not gonna lie. Oh, that's the problem. Big ass curse, dude. The billion% curse effect, temporal chains, plus everything else. We did it. We did it. We hit 99. We only have a third of a billion XP to level before we're actually done. And we're only earning less XP than ever. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. After this map, we'll reset XP and see what we're actually earning now. Certainly ain't gonna be 50 million. Probably gonna be more like 35 or less. But here we are. We're on the last XP bar. Hey, yo. That's a win right there. More city square than your body can handle. Love to see it. Why is the boss way over here? Like, the boss's area is actually nowhere near here. It just kind of aggroed her constantly while we were fighting other packs. Oh. Reroll the items, and there's something called Incursion Modifier on an item. Never saw that until now. Wait, which items? Oh! Like in your ritual. So incursion is Alva, this nice lady here. She does the temples, and in certain rooms of the temple, when you go to run like this big encounter that you end up making for yourself, in certain rooms, based on how you upgrade them, you can find items with a specific modifier guaranteed on them. And they're usually like really good. Like if you find a pair of boots. Hold up. Back to PoE. We didn't have it open. Let's boots. Back to the boots example we had yesterday. Scroll all the way down here to incursions. I thought they actually had more movement speed. Anyways. You can find a pair, you can guarantee a pair of boots, like, with the right room upgraded. I guess it wouldn't be guaranteed to be boots, but basically, if boots were to drop from that room, they would be guaranteed to have this modifier plus, like, a bunch of random ones. And some of them are really, really good. Like, I think, I don't know, it's really hard for me to say which ones are good or not, because it's also dependent on your build, but suffice it to say, if there's an incursion version of a mod, it's going to be really, really good compared to the base version. Problem is, it's just kind of hard to craft on, because you have to deal with all of the other random modifiers that get added to the mod, or that get rolled on the mod, rolled on the item when it drops, along with the mod that you care about. So anyways, we are at this one. Need to re-import my build. We're level 99 now, and I want to see where we're at. Is the enemy covered in ash? Yes. Frenzy charges? Yes. Save that. I wanted to see what this actually does for us. It's 1.7% per point. That one node gives us 0.7. This node gives us 2.6. It's actually crazy. But we won't have enough points for that. Even when I hit a level 100. 2.3% for this one. What the hell? That's a pretty nice chest, my friend. I mean, it's not like 20 divines, super crafted thing nice, but like I mean, interesting. Strength int. There's not really, I mean, fizz damage reduction maybe, and then attributes, but aside from influence modifiers, you could probably... Are you telling me I can get a div for it? Well, let's have a look. Elemental res 90. Chaos res 30. Just body armor. Excuse me. If it had life on it, then yes. Then again, this also has it says bad enchant on it. I don't even know where you get that, I'll be honest. So honestly, I think you could get life on that by there's some crafting mumbo jumbo you can do to get better stuff on that, like on the prefixes, because the suffixes are nice. They're already really good. The prefix is not good. So there's things you could do to save the suffixes and roll the prefixes better, but it's just very expensive. Should try Awaken Poe Trade. You would know how to use it properly. I just don't like the idea of using like an overlay or anything like that, or like a secondary program. Like having the tabs open are enough for me. So this isn't the best base ever, but those are a really nice set of suffixes to have. Yeah, I think it probably wouldn't really be worth doing the things that I'm thinking of doing to it, because even with some life on them, they're worth like 3 to 4 divines. 3 to what does a 10 divine chest look like similar to this? Pure evasion with percent evasion, 10% max life, and then crafted life with 90 res and chaos res. So that's more than we would ever be able to do to it really without a lot of effort. This has double life modifiers, plus those, and that's 8 divines. Well, honestly, you could probably try listing it for a divine and see if it sells for a day or two. And then if not, list it for like 100 chaos and then drop it down a little bit. Just got one-shotted. There goes my 111. Yeah, that's... Unfortunately, that's Path of Exile for you. Really do be like that. But yeah, if you're gonna list that, I would start at a divine. By the way, if you ever list anything and you start getting spammed for it like ridiculously, like 20 people just start messaging you the moment that you put it up, you've underpriced it. And it's totally not a bad thing to raise the price when you notice that happen. The people who are messaging you will be pissed, but they're only going to be pissed because they didn't get a steal. So a divine would probably be a pretty high price for that item, but it might sell. Problem is we're pretty late in the league, so trade is pretty limited right now. So even if it would sell earlier on in the league, it would have less chance of selling right now, but that's why you just walk the price down until it does sell eventually. Wasn't I gonna do some stuff with Ignite? Oh yeah, 100% increased damage with hits against ignited enemies. My condolences for the one shot, by the way. It's never a good feeling. It's 1.5% per point. This is 1.3% per point. It's 1.6% per point. 1%. Aim for 222 by the end of the league. Honestly, I think that's not a bad goal to keep it to that. Hey, yo. Locating this node will give you 13% increased damage. How much does this node give me? What? Huh. Had a mini heart attack when checking trade value of an item. Similar listed for 1 mirror. What was the item? Trade program really has its issues. Was it not actually that similar? Golden amber.
Hail God Slayer.
Yeah, not anywhere close. Maybe it was the white sockets that weirded it out. I don't know. Attack speed and more melee damage. So, I'm actually trying to think of a way to fit both. Ancestral Protector and Ancestral War Chief. White sockets and tier 1 life regen. Gotcha, yeah. I guess, but definitely you're right, not a mirror. I think the answer is we take out Smoke Mine. Because we need to add 2 gems if we want Ancestral Protector and War Chief. And just to check what our damage would go up by if I added both, we'll add not 2. Delete that. We go multiple totems and ancestral War Chief. And then we look at Panopticon, and suddenly it's 21%. That's 500,000 extra DPS on top of the 300k we already gained from being able to use both. Which is actually wild. I've definitely undervalued that entirely. So we'll actually lose 7, well, it's probably less than 7% now. No, it's still 7%. We'll lose 180k to gain like 800k or something. No, we'll gain like 900k plus minus 180, so it's like 700. Almost a million for some totems. But it'll only be applicable when the totems are active. So there's one thing, well, there's 2 things we have to do. One, we have to take that out. And we need this socket blue. That's what we need. Which is a little awkward in all honesty. It'd be easier if I just kept Smoke Mine and got rid of Flame Dash.
Welcome.
But what we need is, we need a 3-link of Ancestral Protector, multiple totems, and Ancestral War Chief. that'll let us have both active at the same time. As far as I know, they both apply. Based on POB, they both apply. The stat requirements on this are 212 strength. So rolling on this is not a great option in all honesty. But we'll use another website. The Breachy calculator. Honestly, one of my favorites. 6 sockets. It requires 212 strength. I want 2 red sockets, 3 blue, and 1 green. Best option would be the 1 blue craft.
Good luck out there.
Average attempts. Average cost would be 500 chromes or so, and I have 2,000.
What do you need?
So we'll go with it. What do I want? 2 red, 1 green, 3 blue.
The lads worked overtime on that one. Pick up the pace. Another order in.
If I don't see 3 blue, we don't care.
Boys, get a load of this junk.
We're missing a green there. Honestly, if these 2 blues had been up here, I would have been able to work with it a little better.
New order in. We're on it, boss.
Missing a blue. Okay, can we work with that? Because we need 2 reds linked together. For Combust, Warlord's Mark, and then Hex Touch. No, wait, that's not right. Hex Touch, Flammability, and Infernal Cry have to go together. So it's 2 red, 2 blue and 1 red. And then Warlord's Mark plus Hex Touch. So a red and a green. So this will work. It's just giga expensive.
Cheers.
I have 1,200 jewelers. That's not enough. How many chromes are we down to? 1,800. We still have plenty. We'll try it once.
Ready the anvil, boys.
It didn't work, to nobody's surprise.
Job's done. Good choice. Let's see what we can do.
Blacksmith, I need you to not talk so much. No, it's okay. We should be. I appreciate it,
Doesn't look like
but
we'll
we
be
should
out
have
of work
plenty
anytime
enough.
soon. Not at the pace we're going.
Like, statistically speaking, it's pretty unlikely for this to cost us more than 1,000 chromes, and I have 2,000, so we're all right. There it is, actually, and that works too. That combination. We just need 3 linked sockets
Hardly worth
until
our
we get
time,
this,
to be
which is
honest.
perfect. So now we have Flammability, Hex Touch with Infernal Cry, and then Mark on hit with Warlord's Mark. And then we have room for our Flame Dash gem. And then on these boots, we can put, we need 3 red, 1 green. Should be okay to just use chromes. And then we need 2 links.
All right.
There we go. So then the Defiance banner. Oh, those didn't have to be linked. We just need Vitality plus Arrogance over here. Molten Shell. Take these out. Molten Shell can go by itself, and then we need 3 linked sockets.
No offense, but what is this rubbish?
So we have Molten Shell in the solo socket, Ancestral Protector,
God Slayer.
and then Ancestral War Chief with multiple totems, which is +2 to maximum number of summon totems, so we can have a total of 3. Supported skills summon 2 totems instead of 1. Those supported skills deal less damage. We don't care about the damage of the totems, we just care about the buffs they give me, which are significant. This one's 20% more attack speed. And this one is 9% more melee damage, and that'll probably go up to 20 when we level it up. Did a similar thing with totems. Yeah, for melee, it's like, from what I hear, it's necessary, and after looking at the numbers like this, I believe it. I just never thought about it that much. So the other step of things we have to do to really take advantage of this is this. We need amber and golden. Which I do not have any gold. I have a silver at best. So I need to buy 2 golden oils. Let's clear this. You have multiple totems and I have pot. Yeah, that's pretty useful. Just a little bit of distraction, never hurt nobody. So much for all that chaos I traded for earlier. They don't message me within 5 minutes. We'll assume they haven't. We'll assume they've forgotten about me. Alright. And then we need Amber. Panopticon. Who needs fire damage when we have totem buff effect? Alright. Let's change zones real quick, just refresh our character in the server system, in the database, whatever. In the database, whoa. Alright. So now suddenly we're 2.5. When we get to level 20, that'll be 2.7. So now where are we at in terms of where to spend our points? So 1.7% per point. What am I using for the Wildwood sockets? That's a good question. They can be. They can also be real expensive. Life regenerate along with Culling Strike. Cannot be stunned while fortified. I am fortified always. Chance to gain an endurance charge when you stun an enemy. I stun enemies all the time. Melee hits have 20% chance to fortify. War cries grant 4 rage per 5 power if you have less than 25 rage. Now that I have I did not always have Warlord's Mark on rare enemies. Which, when you hit an enemy that is affected by Warlord's Mark, you get rage, so I could probably phase this out. But the melee hits have 20% chance to fortify is kind of the bigger issue there, and the rage is kind of nice. We can just jump into a pack and get a bunch of rage if I don't have any. So our charms could be a little better, but I think if I wanted to have like a huge difference made with charms, I would have to spend a huge amount of money from where we're at right now. Charms are the way you made your first 100C? Hell yeah. Yeah, I've seen, I haven't seen them myself, but Dagum in particular did a lot of Wildwood. And got some saw some pretty nutty charms throughout it. .7 versus 1.6. Where can we spend these points? I could probably trim two life nodes. Melee hits have 10% chance to fortify plus 5 maximum range. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Honestly, with like particularly when you have really fast attack speed, the chance, like the value of the chance doesn't matter all that much. Like certainly more is better, but like just having the chance to do that is like the major thing, because you're gonna hit so many enemies that it's you're gonna get fortified the max. It's just a question of how quickly you're gonna do it. None of those are real useful. .4, 6.8, or 5.0. I think we do just stick with this these strength notes. They give life, they give damage. What's not to like? Worst case, well, when we hit 100, we can take out one of these life nodes, either this one or that one. Probably this one. And then put it in the mastery for an extra chunk of damage. But I think that's our plan for level 100. Now let's see how we fare running through a map with this new setup on our hands. We're not doing Aloe because she cost me a bunch of XP per hour a while ago, last time I ran her. The nice thing is I'm going to accidentally press the totem button very often, trying to hit smoke mine. So at least I won't forget about it. Oh, that could have killed me. I was trying to level stuff up. It's gonna take me a while to get used to this, I'll be honest. I hate it here. .96% less effective curses on monsters. That's kind of ridiculous. So I just got shotgunned is what happened. Elemental weakness. What is my res right now? Wait, does elemental weakness reduce your max? I wasted that omen too because I was not above 2.5%. That's the icing on the cake there. Is there a way to understand the death better? Not at all. Unfortunately. I wish there was. But I know for a fact that I got hit by like 5 projectiles that overlapped. Part of that is, well, the increased AoE definitely didn't help, but I think like 4 of them at least were directly on top of each other, so it didn't really matter ultimately. Elemental weakness. Oh, I just didn't have... Okay, I didn't have Purity of Fire on because I was dead. So no, elemental weakness did not ruin us like that. Unless I'm misunderstanding, or unless there's another effect on elemental weakness that I just don't. No, it's just reduced to elemental resistances. Like there's nothing fancy about it. I'm not gonna bother buying an Omen until I'm like above 10% through this level. I just don't feel good at all. There's the boss again. Oh, we're gonna kill the boss this time since I don't care if I die. I'm already at 0 XP. Get dunked on, boss. How do you like it? Motherfucker. I think just like every other like every couple steps I need to alternate between summoning totems if I want to have those buffs on all the time. Like stutter step 2 or 3 times, totems. Stutter step 2 or 3 times, totems. Stutter step 2 or 3 times, totems.
You are rotting from inside out.
Should have done both of those breaches at the same time. Forgot to go activate the other one. This is my problem. I need to stop clicking buttons for bosses on Park. That's the bigger issue. Since I end up walking in front of this boss so much, it's very, very bad to do that. And I'm glad I figured this out at 0%. We're at 40 deaths. Yeah, we'll just move on. I think I'm gonna. This will be my last map for tonight. We'll come back tomorrow, armed with this knowledge, and do better. Just hit 113. Let's go. Welcome to the Dying Club. At least I'm not alone. Thank you, sir. So we do not click totem, or we do not click Exarch buttons on park map. No Exarch in the park. It rhymes. It works. Watch, I'm going to not get one shot by this boss because I haven't hit any of the buttons. I'll even fight her too. Get shit on, boss. That was the answer. So I probably wasn't wrong that I got shotgunned. I was just wrong in what the cause of all the damage was. Normally that boss wouldn't have that kind of damage. But under those circumstances, with probably whatever Exarch buffs I put onto it thoughtlessly, it was awful. We're actually shredding Zoth. Let's go. That's a lot of trauma. We got up to 22. Probably higher because I was slowing down my attack speed. Boy, it was tanky. 64% monster life is no joke. Oh, that was Zoth with 64% monster life, by the way. Well, today was a day of learning, that's for sure. We still have 12 more city squares to go. Shit. I'm sorry, 12 more parks to go before we go back to City Square, which we're already up to 23 of these. So by the time we run those 12 more parks, we'll probably be at like, be ideal if we're at 40, and then we can unspec Wandering Path for a little while. That'd be nice. Anyways, that is going to be it for me today. I've had quite enough dying for one day. But I appreciate y'all watching nonetheless. Looks like we were about 30 mil XP per hour there. Definitely a little under it, but I'm still getting used to moving around and using these totems effectively, so we'll speed up with practice. But I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you've not already, make sure you yeet that subscribe button, dab on the like button, and come see me tomorrow. Probably earlier than 4 p.m. Eastern US time. I'll probably start at like noon, depending on when I wake up. And a little earlier as well, because I'm probably going to be doing stuff later in the evening. So, yeah. Have a nice rest of the day. Go on to sleep soon as well. Alright, Ed, I appreciate you hanging out. It was good chatting as always. And I will see y'all later.